We are live now.
Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to our regular meeting of the Governing Board of San Ysidro School District scheduled Thursday, March 13th. I would like to call this meeting to order at 5:02 p.m. And on that note, Dr. Potter, can you please do roll call? That's to you for sharing nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and welcome everybody to our government meeting. We're on agenda item number 2. And we will begin with our board president. Zenaida Basar is out sick this evening. Moving on to our board vice president, Antonio Martinez.
Present.
And our board clerk, Martin Lopez. Present. And our board member, Martin.
Present.
And board member Kenya Carasa. Present. Mr. Vice President, we do have a quorum of 4.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We have a forum. Before we begin, I'd like to inform the public, and I'm going to read this again when we start our general meeting, that all translations will be done today by headset. So if any member of the public would like translation from either English to Spanish when the speaker is speaking, or Spanish to English when the speaker is speaking in Spanish, to please go to the translator table to pick up a headset, and that's with our dear friend public. On that note, I'd like to we're going to move on to number 3, which is to approve the agenda for the meeting. Can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion.
We have a second?
I second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Lopez, second by Ms. Peralta. One thing I do want to add is with the correction that the school site location for consent calendar agenda item 14B2 to say Ocean View Hills. So with that, and we do have a motion again by Ms. Lopez and second by Ms. Peralta. All those in favor of approving the agenda with that correction, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're going to move on to public comment communications on closed session items. Do we have any right now? No? Okay, that note, we're going to move on to governing board. I'd like to number 5, which is the recess to closed session. I'd like to request a motion to recess to closed session in accordance with section 549, 54.5 regarding 5.1, government code section 549, 57.6, conference with labor negotiators, 5.2, government code section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, 5.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases 4. Do I have a motion to recess to closed session at 5:05 p.m.?
I would like to make a motion to recess at 5.
Do we have a second?
I seconded.
Okay, motion by Mr. Arias, second by Mrs. Lopez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And that note, we're recessing to closed session at 5:05 p.m. Thanks. To reconvene from 6:24 p.m. Before we begin, I have two announcements. One is a translation announcement. I'd like to inform the public that all translations will be done today by headset. So if any member of the public would like translation from either English to Spanish when the speaker is speaking, or Spanish to English when the speaker is speaking in Spanish, please go to the translator's table to pick up a headset. That's with our friend Pablo. The second announcement I want to announce to everybody is our Ocean View Hills TK Teachers Classroom, Mrs. Zavala's class, has artwork displayed in the back area, and this is in addition to the performance they will have later today. So I just want to give Mrs. Zavala and her class a round of applause. Really, thank you for the offer. I'm gonna go check it out right now. After the meeting. Okay, and on that note, we're gonna go to roll call. Otter, if you can, lead us in the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and welcome everybody to our governing board meeting. It's great to see all of you. Our roll call, agenda item number 7. We do have one board member absent. It is our board president, Zenaida Rosario. She's sick. So board vice president Antonio Martinez.
Present.
And board clerk Irene Lopez. And board member Martin Arias. And board member Kenya Peraza. Present. And I believe it's not.
We do have, so before we begin, we do have one announcement from an action item taken during closed session. We have Mr. Sanchez, our legal counsel. If you can announce that.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Martinez. The board voted in closed session to give notice to 5 certificated administrators that they may be reassigned to an alternate administrative assignment. The motion was made by Trustee Arias and seconded by Trustee Peraza, with 4 votes in favor and 0 votes against. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Next, we're gonna do our flag salute. And we have a very special guest here at Willow, a 6th grader, Fanny Rangel Fernandez, who is going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. She here with us today. Give Fanny a round of applause. Lead us in that pledge.
Good evening. My name is Fanny Rangel Fernandez. I am in the 6th grade in Willow School. We stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice from. You may be seated. Thank you.
Okay, so up next on our agenda, we have number 9, which is board recognition, distinguished champion. Now, this particular case, we have Mr. Bojardo leading that.
Vice President, Mr. Martinez, our board members, superintendent, it's an honor to introduce our principal from Willow Elementary to recognize wonderful students for the Board Recognition Distinguished Champions Award. Ms. Mirna Sterna, if you can join me, please.
So today we celebrate you, my students here at Willow. I do have demonstrated that you can master anything that comes your way. Today we celebrate that you are proficient in 2 languages, Spanish and English. A reclassified English language learner is a student who was initially identified as an English learner, but has since met the criteria to be considered proficient in English. This means they have demonstrated the ability to listen, speak, read, and write in English at a level comparable to their native English speaking peers. That's something to be celebrated. They have demonstrated perseverance, confidence, curiosity, resilience, adaptability, initiative, positive attitude, and most importantly, determination. My message to you today is to always stand tall and proud of who you are, the language that you speak as it makes you unique, and continue to persevere through the challenges and celebrate the progress as you have demonstrated so gracefully that you already have. So congratulations. We would like to recognize Andrea Ayala Velázquez. Melissa Castanos. Nicolás García Torres. Jonathan García Vázquez. Sofía Rivera. Lina Cruz Villela. Caleb Figueroa. Por ahí me pasa. Jolene Guzmán. Jonathan Nungaray. Fanny Rangel. Yeslin Reinaga.
Okay, our board members come up.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a photo, and then after I'm done taking the photo, I'm gonna have parents who are wanting to take a photo to come up here and also take a photo, okay? So I'll go ahead and start with the first photo.
Okay.
You guys are perfect. All right. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ready? 3, 2, 1. All right.
Face smiling.
Parents, if you would like to come up and take a photo, you can do so now.
Face smiling. Now, here.
Thank you, Mr. Erna. Our next recognition, I would like to please welcome our Assistant Principal for Motion View Hills, Ms. Viramontes Castellana. You can join me to introduce Motion View Hills and
Hello and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Esteemed board members and Dr. Carter, thank you so much. My name is Ms. Vicky Castorena, and I'm the proud principal at Ocean View Hill School. This year, our TK class decided to take on dual immersion, and Ms. Zavala did a Mexico themed night for our open house. And this evening, her class will be performing a dance called La Raspa, as well as singing the song De Colores. Both are traditional Mexican folklore, and they're walking up on stage right now. Amen.
Honey, darling. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, three. My darling, very good.
All right, boys and girls. Boys and girls, when I call your name, come up and here's your certificate. Student is Liam. Congratulations. Money.
Congratulations, everybody.
Amelia. Welcome. Sarita. Oh. And thank you. And
Bien, Fernando, bravo.
Ana Valeria.
Bravo.
And then I also like to recognize both teachers, Ms. Zavala, as well as Ms. Begonia.
Got my baby, I just dropped it. I'm looking at mama.
Debbie?
All right, I'm gonna take a group photo and then I'm gonna have parents, whoever wants to, come on up and take a photo, okay? Give me just 1 second.
Don't bother.
All right, everyone?
Just wait.
All right, ready? 3, 2, and 1. 3, 2, and 1. Parents, if you would like to come up and take a photo.
Connie. Do another round of applause to our kindergarten students. Parents, we have cookies and water in the back for students and parents. Congratulations. Maestra.
It's a
If our families and our children are running around the block, it's morning. Want everyone to know that we have cookies and refreshments outside. Those who want to participate. Tenemos galletas y refrescos afuera.
Hello, I also want to say thank you. Dale las gracias a los padres que estén orgullosos de tus hijos que pasaron a otro grado de poder hablar, leer, escribir en español y en inglés. Van a tener el futuro de ellos, de aprender, pueden entender, leer y escribir dos idiomas. Un orgullo. Gracias, padres, por permitir que estos niños lograran con apoyo de ustedes y estamos muy orgullosos de estos niños que han luchado mucho y que van a ser el futuro de este país. Gracias.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to number 10. The public comment communications on open session items. We have received some comments tonight. Per board policy 9323, 3 minutes, maybe allotted to each speaker, and 5 minutes for organization to address all of their items. When your name is called, Please approach the lectern and give your name. We're gonna start with Ysidro Becerra.
Afternoon, everyone. Well, graduation to all the kids. And today I'm here because I do have a concern. It's regarding my daughter's mental health, and I'm going to direct my concern to Dr. Potter directly. So last week, there was a misconduct from my daughter's. My daughter is attending Willow Elementary. She's in fourth grade. And she is one of the top of the students. She is the secretary. She is on the student council. I communicated my concerns to Ms. Eva. In several occasions, she has been postponing this. She set up a meeting on March 7th. I received a phone call from her, and she told me to be here at 2 o'clock, Monday, March 10th. I arrived at 1:45. And when I showed up and I requested to talk to her, the secretary told me that she had another meeting and she could not attend my meeting. I insist and I talked to Ms. Eva. She told me that she just forgot. She just forgot about our meeting. And for all of this, I have objective evidence. I have recorded some of the conversations. She did mention that it's illegal, but that it's my only way to have objective evidence about this situation. Since I was not getting a response from Ms. Eva, I escalated to Mr. Bojorquez. I received a phone call from Mr. Bojorquez, and I do have it recorded. He told me that he was going to have a conversation with Ms. Eva. 17 minutes later, I received a phone call that same day, March 7th, and that's when she told me that we were going to have a meeting on March 10th of this year. There is an individual that witnessed that when I was here, and of course there's cameras. I've been trying to follow up, and I did CC you on one of the emails. So, again, Ms. Eva has been postponing this meeting. She told me on March 10th that my daughter's mental health is not impacted because she talked to her. So I said, you don't live with her, so you don't know what this is creating. So my ask to the board members is to take matters into this action. Again, if you want objective evidence, I have it. There's email chains. My daughter received an award yesterday, and I was not communicated that. I was never told that she was going to receive an award. I sent a note to her teacher through Class Dojo, and I have not received an answer. I asked why I was not aware of this award. Nothing. It's been 24 hours. I have not received anything. I'm supposed to have a meeting with Ms. Eva tomorrow, but she only set up the meeting for 15 minutes. And again, everything is on the email chain. So please do something about this. And I'm speaking for myself, but I know there's other parents that have the same situation. There has been misconduct from one of the substitutes that forgot to hang up the phone and left a voicemail in one of the parents' phones. And this person was talking poorly about the students. So I'm not sure if this has not been communicated. Again, I tried to talk to Mr. Bojorquez. I requested one-on-one, but no response so far. So I'm not sure if I'm following the protocol. He did send me a PDF for the protocol, but nothing has been done. It's been a week, and I just need answers. So because this is not just creating an impact on my daughter, it's also creating an impact on me. And I don't have availability to be here all the time because I also work, so I cannot accommodate to Ms. Eva's schedule only. So please. Thank you.
Miguel, can you repeat the mother's name?
Griselda Becerra. Gracias.
And next we have Christina Casas, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Cristina Casa. Yes, my mother is Heidi Melendez. She works for the district for 35 years. And I'm the parent of Eduardo Garcia, a sixth grade student in the special education program at La Mirada. I appreciate the work this board does for our students, and I'm here because my son has been excluded from sixth grade camp, which I believe is unfair and possibly discriminatory. I was never informed. They never gave me a permission slip. He never got to experience the selling chocolates or, knocking on doors for people to, help him with sixth grade camp. He wasn't able to do none of that. He lost that experience of sixth grade camp. He wasn't able to go. Nobody told us anything, no emails, no phone calls, no nothing, that my son was supposed to go to sixth grade camp. The day comes and the bus is there and everybody is getting on the bus except my son. So he was very upset. He had a meltdown. He was so sad that he couldn't go. Why? Because nobody told us that he was supposed to go to sixth grade camp. There was no permission slip, no nothing, no selling chocolates, no knocking on doors, no nothing. I would like to understand who made this decision and what criteria were used for him not to go to sixth grade camp. Because now my son is not going to be able to experience that ever. Thank you.
Next, we have Allison Murillo, 3 minutes out.
Good evening, members of the San Ysidro School District Board and Superintendent Potter. My name is Alison Murillo, and I'm here to speak on the serious ongoing issue of bullying and neglect of bullying that is running rampant in the San Ysidro School District, Willow Elementary, and other San Ysidro schools. This is the third time I've come to speak on an issue such as this, but it unfortunately still has not been resolved. During this time at Willow, my brother, who is a third grade student in special ed, has endured multiple incidents of bullying and physical aggression, most recently being insulted, pushed, and locked in a bathroom by 2 students, and being pinched in the arm, being left with purple spots by a student who has targeted him multiple times before. Every single one of these cases has been reported formally. However, every time we have found no true solutions from the district. When faced with these reports, the San Ysidro School District, Special Education Director, and its superintendent turn a blind eye and have trained their staff and administration to do the same. School staff who work with my brother and other special ed students choose to minimize and justify the incident instead of taking appropriate action to prevent my brother from being hurt again. As an older sister, please imagine how I feel seeing my little brother come home with marks and bruises caused by the children who are allowed to repeatedly hurt him by the staff and school district meant to protect him. It breaks my heart because I know that my little brother sadly isn't the only victim of school staff neglect, but at the same time, this absolutely infuriates me because it's frustrating that these incidents of bullying aren't being treated with the seriousness and consideration that they deserve. It is frustrating to see how Willow's administration, the San Ysidro School District, and the superintendent think it's morally acceptable to simply ignore and cast aside these genuine concerns and complaints, allowing students to continue experiencing pain in the place where he is meant to learn, play, and feel safe. On multiple occasions, biblical themes about love and humility have been shared in public events such as these. I will do the same, reminding us that there are verses that state that the kingdom of God belongs to our children, and that there are verses that warn against causing harm to our little ones. Matthew chapter 19, verse 14, and Matthew chapter 18, verse 6, respectively. Thank you.
Next, we have Mrs. Karina Robles. Robles, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to be reading in English and then in Spanish. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Gina Potter, and members of the San Ysidro community. My name is Karina Robles, and I'm here once again to express my disappointment, sadness, and frustration over the disgraceful and unfair treatment that the parents and children of this district have faced in different ways. Today, I come here to ask for a solution and a definitive end to the tolerating and minimizing bullying and aggression in our schools. On February 19th and March 4th, my son was physically assaulted again by 2 different students from this school without anyone reporting it to me
or doing anything about it. There are more similar cases that were shared by other parents at the coffee meeting with the principal, and these too have been ignored. We want to ask dignified treatment for our children and access to basic necessities like paper rolls, soap, and functioning restrooms at Willow School. Some parents have reported that their children also have been denied access to the bathroom, so we wanted to share this with you. We ask for an end to intimidation tactics and the blocking of our rights as parents to have advocates who inform us of our rights and represent us. On February 27, Lisa Yegging and Roxanne Palestino were invited by me to the open house event at Willow, and they were unjustly expelled with threats of arrest by the principal and administrative staff of the district. Yesterday, I attended the school site council meeting and I was expelled by Mrs. Rodriguez and Mrs. Herbert just a few minutes after I arrived, making me feel embarrassed, humiliated, and excluded with the excuse that the meeting was only for school site council members, even though all parents had been invited to attend the meeting via Class Dojo. Our schools should be an environment where parents feel heard, valued, and supported to advocate for the best interests of their children. But this can only happen when you take active steps to treat children and parents with the respect and dignity they deserve. We ask that you listen to us and please help achieve a genuine and permanent change for the sake of our children and their future. Thank you for your time. I don't know how much more time we have. Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente, doctora Gina Potter y miembros de la comunidad de San Ysidro. Mi nombre es Karina Robles y estoy aquí de nuevo para expresar mi decepción, tristeza y frustración por el trato tan indigno e injusto que los padres y niños de este distrito hemos experimentado de maneras distintas. Pedimos una solución y un alto definitivo a seguir tolerando y minimizando el bullying y agresiones en nuestras escuelas. El 19 de febrero y el 4 de marzo, mi hijo volvió a ser agredido por 2 estudiantes de esta escuela sin que nadie me lo reportara o hiciera algo al respecto. Existen más casos similares a estos que fueron compartidos por otros padres en la junta del café con la directora y también han sido ignorados. Pedimos también un trato digno a nuestros niños y el acceso a necesidades básicas como rollos de papel, jabón y baños funcionando en la escuela Willow. Algunos padres han también expresado y reportado que a sus niños se les ha negado el acceso a ir al baño. Pedimos un alto a las tácticas de intimidación y bloqueo a nuestros derechos como padres, de tener defensores que nos informen de nuestros derechos y nos representen. El 27 de febrero, Lisa Yegging y Roxanne Palestino fueron invitadas por mí al evento de Open House en Willow y fueron expulsadas de manera injusta y con amenazas de arresto por órdenes de la directora Mirna Cerda y el personal administrativo del distrito. El día de ayer asistí a la junta de School Site Council y fui expulsada de manera injusta, vergonzosa y humillante de la junta por la señora Rodríguez y la señorita Herbert a pocos minutos de haber llegado, con la excusa de que la junta era sola para miembros del School Site Council después de haber sido invitada en Class Dojo. La invitación era abierta a los padres. Nunca se notificó que esta junta sería privada. Nuestras escuelas deben ser un entorno en el que los padres se sientan escuchados, valorados y apoyados para abogar por los mejores intereses de sus hijos, pero eso solo puede ocurrir cuando ustedes tomen medidas activas para tratar a los niños y padres con el respeto y la dignidad que se merecen. Pedimos nos escuchen y por favor logremos entre todos un cambio genuino y permanente por el bien de nuestros niños y su futuro. Gracias por su atención.
Okay, next we have Pablo Sainz Peretti. Pablo, you have 3 minutes.
Should have. Yes.
5 minutes.
Mi chiamo Pablo Sainz Ferretti e sono traduttore e interprete del distretto scolastico di San Ysidro. Sono anche autore e giornalista culturale. Voglio ringraziare il distretto scolastico di San Ysidro per essere sempre attento ai servizi di traduzione e interpretazione per tutte le nostre famiglie. Colgo l'occasione per ringraziare tutti i membri del Consiglio, la superintendente dottoressa Potter e il mio supervisore, signore. Questa è l'occasione perfetta per dimostrare che il distretto scolastico di San Ysidro rispetta le leggi federali e statali, soddisfacendo le esigenze linguistiche delle nostre famiglie. Grazie. Mi nombre es Pablo Sáenz Ferretti y soy traductor intérprete en el Distrito Escolar de San Ysidro. También soy autor y periodista cultural. Quiero agradecer al Distrito Escolar de San Ysidro por estar siempre atento a los servicios de traducción e interpretación para todas nuestras familias. Y quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para agradecer a todos los miembros de la mesa directiva, la superintendenta doctora Tucker, y a mi supervisor, el señor Ramos. Esta es la oportunidad perfecta para demostrar que el Distrito Escolar de San Ysidro cumple con las leyes federales y estatales, satisfaciendo las necesidades lingüísticas de nuestras familias. Gracias. My name is Pablo Sáenz Ferretti, and I'm a translator and interpreter in the San Ysidro School District. I'm also an author and cultural journalist. I would like to thank the San Ysidro School District for always being vigilant about translation and interpretation services for all our families. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the members of the governing board, Superintendent Dr. Potter, and my supervisor, Mr. Ramos. This is the perfect opportunity to reaffirm that the San Ysidro School District complies with federal and state laws, meeting the language needs of our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. Next, we have Fernanda Rios. Fernanda, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Potter, community, and staff. My name is Fernanda Rios, and I am here as a member of CSEA Chapter 154, and also part of the negotiating team, lead negotiator. We are aware that the board has approved the layoff resolution in which freezes classified positions. We know that the board thinks that this will not affect our members, but in reality, it will. And it will also affect our students. Currently, there isn't actual people in the positions, but we would like the board to know that by freezing these positions, it will create a higher workload issue. And in the case of freezing the security position, it will leave one of our schools vulnerable in case of an emergency. What if something is to happen at that site without a security? Would you like that on your conscience, board members? Also, we talk about chronic absenteeism that affects ADA, which we all know equals money for schools. How is freezing an OC position going to help? We want the board to know that although this has been proposed by the district, CSEA still has the right to bargain impacts and effects. Ultimately, by freezing these much needed positions, the students are the ones who pay the ultimate price. If you're looking into saving money, CSEA still stands strong in our suggestion from the past that we think that the district, or we believe that the district doesn't need 2 assistant superintendents that get paid 6-figure salaries each. Cutting one assistant superintendent alone would save the district money, and it would also be able to cover some of these much needed classified positions that would ultimately support our schools and our students. It is time that the board starts cutting where the big bucks are made, and that is not at the bottom. Board members, we hope that we will see your support in saving as many of our positions so we can better serve our students and our schools. Thank you.
Next, we have Nirvana. Nirvana, you have 5 minutes.
Hola, dear board members, superintendent, and community. Mi nombre es Nirvana Bustos, Vice President of the California School Employees Association, Chapter 154, and Outreach Consultant at Vista del Mar Middle School. During yesterday's agenda review, I noticed that agenda item 14D.5 on professional development states that more than 57 employees will participate in various training, but only 4 of them are classified employees. I bring this up because as an outreach consultant, I had the opportunity to participate in some of the professional development trainings last year, which truly inspired me to improve my work. With the support of my principal and the collaboration of my coworkers, we successfully implemented a scanner system to register students arriving late. Previously, students had to wait in line while being manually logged in. Now, with the scanner, students only need to scan their student ID card, reducing wait times and allowing them to get in class faster. For this reason, I respectfully request your consideration to include outreach consultants and more classified employees in professional development training every year. These opportunities help us improve our work, gain new insights, and connect with other districts across California to share best practices for the benefit of our students. Okay, my second point of concern is about the different classified frozen positions. Okay, this statement is especially directed at board members who support freezing these positions under the argument that no employee's job is affected. First, I want to express that I fully understand the district's need to maintain financial stability. So, however, as an outreach consultant, I see firsthand how this decision does impact our schools, notably STEAMs, which currently does not have an outreach consultant. To help you assess the importance of this position, I would like to share some of my work at Vista del Mar Middle School, which has an enrollment of 548 students, that is a 92.65% attendance. Okay, I sent over 380 first notice attendance letters, sent more than 195 second notice attendance letters, held 36 start meetings, completed 42 independent study contracts with 50 more in progress, 71 home visits conducted, and more, and much more, no? I have only a few minutes. But a full-time outreach consultant at every school can make a significant difference in reducing absenteeism and increasing ADA. I strongly encourage you to consider the value of this role and the positive impact it has on our students, families, and overall school community. Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Gracias. Okay, that concludes our guest speakers for tonight. We're going to move on to number 11 on the agenda, which is superintendent. We'll start first with Mrs. Lopez.
Good evening, and thank you to Mr. for hosting us. I wasn't able to go to a lot of the open house, but matter of fact, I think I only went to one. Anyway, and it was my alumni school. I wasn't able to attend, but I know that it took a lot of time and preparedness, not only for the teachers, the aides, but also the students, to show the work that they've done. And I'm sure that the parents got to meet and know and talk with their teachers and their classmates and show their parents what they've done. And I think it's a beautiful time to show what our kids have done And also it's a good time for parents to, see what is really going on in the classroom. Even though a lot of them I know aren't there personally. But then we have, parent conferences coming up. That's another important thing. It's really important. If you have issues or you have concerns, this is the time when you set an appointment with the teacher to communicate that. Also, I wanted to say, thank you to all the administrators, our classified, our certificated, our people that are in our community that works out at school, around our community. And I want to thank, Dr. Parker for her, I know she's been very busy and I know there's a lot of issues that we have working with. And it's not easy, but I think that at the same time, you being out there, all of you staff, employees have been there for each other, and we can continue to do that. And it's very important to have this communication, not only just because it's my personal, but as a parent, as a grandparent, I know that it's not easy, but I think that there's a process. And that's one thing I learned, that as the employee of the district years back, I retired, but I got to learn a lot by going as a grandparent. Be that, and being involved in the school site council and being a volunteer. And so I learned, and I know it's hard because a lot of you work and are not able, but the most important thing is if you're at a school and something happens and you didn't get a result, it says in the process. If that administrator doesn't want to, then you put it in writing. You go to the district and there's a process. And it's not just our school, everybody has it. It's a state mandated, it's a federal, that you have that right as a parent. But you need to put it in writing. And I don't mean just write anything, have facts. I think that's the most important thing, and I learned that. Also, there's a procedure, and if they don't listen to you, you go to the district and you put your grievance in there, your complaint. And you then have a meeting with that administrator, that person involved. And that's how you get anything done. And I know it's hard for a lot of you parents at work, but that's the process. And you're not being shut out, and you're not being, because there's a lot of things besides complaints and other procedures that we need to do, and we have deadlines. Just like the schools do, so does the district office, our administrators. They have deadlines which they have to comply with. But it takes a lot of work, I know, and you as parents, I can understand. But I do believe that we are trying to work and remedy a lot of these problems that have been cleared. But some of them, we still are working, but we need you to sit with us and talk with us and understand that there is a procedure that you have to follow. And it's very important. And it doesn't have to be in English. It can be in Spanish. It can be in any language. And we will get back to you. I know we will. And if then that doesn't, that's when you have the process of going and meeting with the superintendent. If that's where it comes to, you're right. So don't forget that, because that's really important. Because we do care. We as board members, it's not easy for us. You know, we work, yes, some of us retired, but, you know, I'm out when I can at the school, but we all need things and we all need to be heard, but we need to have that open door to work with you, to communicate. And that to me is the most important thing. And we respect what you come up here and tell us here at the board meetings. That's what we want to hear. We also need to take process and looking into it and investigating. So it takes, like you say, two to tango. But it takes two of us to work together. It's not just a parent, it's us and all of them. So I respect that, and I hope that you do respect it also. And I want to thank you for coming here and letting us know.
Thank you, Mrs. Lopez. Next, we're gonna have Mrs. Peralta.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate your staying this late. And for those who made public comments, I just want to say that I hear you.
And just for my, to announce all the things that I did. So I did many things, now that I'm making a list. So first I went to the art show at the CDC Head Start. Oh my gosh. And, well, I need to mention more things there. And I also read across America. I read in 4 classrooms in CDC, including a CDC class, where we have our teacher of the year, Miss Callie. And I just want to say, I want to make a big shout out to Ms. Pretzer, our director of preschool. And all of your teachers too. They're amazing. They touch my heart, and I applaud what you do for our students. And early development is such an important phase in everybody's personal development. I think it's the most important. So the way it has been done, it's amazing, and my hat goes to you. It makes me emotional. And I also went, well, speaking about reading across America, I also had the opportunity to go to Ocean View Hills, where I read, I think it was also 4 classrooms. And oh my gosh, all the kids are amazing. In the preschool, like everybody came, all the kids came out and hugged me. Nobody told them to do it. They just did it. I was like all over the place. And also in Ocean View Hills, we have such respectful, amazing students. They participate a lot. I mean, they were talking much more than me in the moment. And I'm also will read in 2 other, well, I think I will. I will read in 2 other schools, which is Unidad and probably Willow, in the next week, probably. And I also went to, what was it? Oh yeah, open houses. I went to Ocean View Hill and La Mirada open house at the same day, because I have both of my children go to each school of a spread. And also I went to the open house of Willow Elementary the same week. And all of the schools have been very great, very hosted. And I like the activities they had for the parents back then. And yeah, thank you for having me. And yeah, what Ms. Irene said about, oh, and by the way, I went today to La Mirada Awards. Not to brag, but my son got an award. And so I went, and it was great. We had our substitute principal, which is amazing. First time I met her, and she introduced me and put me in the spot, and I have a speech too. So again, what Ms. Irene said about teacher conferences coming up, I strongly suggest for every parent to be in those conferences, make a schedule with your teacher. This is a one-on-one, which is very valuable for each parent to have with the teacher. And I encourage you to ask many questions. I'm sorry, teachers, but so on how to support your child. So I encourage you to do that, and please tell the other parents. So I think that was it, right, Dr. Potter? I don't know if I'm missing something, but yeah, I think that wraps it. Well, thank you so much, everybody.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Barata. Next, we have Mr. Arias.
I wanted to start off by just thanking you, the community, for being here tonight. I think that really speaks to your dedication, your commitment to your kids and being present. So first and foremost, thank you to you, the community. And I also wanted to just, what a treat today with Ocean View Hills TK performance. That was absolutely amazing. I have a 3-year-old and I can totally see him there pretty soon. And it is absolutely amazing. I'm speechless on that. I also wanted to congratulate the students who have gone through the reclassification. You know, as someone who is bilingual in Spanish and English, Spanish was definitely my first language. And it has definitely taken me to a lot of different places. And I want to congratulate them. I commend them for that work. The teachers who have participated in their journey, administration, it is such a tool that they will be able to use in their lives. And as board member Irene Lopez mentioned, it is really, they are the future. And the more that we can give them tools to better succeed, we're all going to be better. I also wanted to just quickly thank Ms. Serra and Willow School for hosting us tonight, classified and certificated staff, administration, Dr. Potter, for all the work that you have continuously been doing. We obviously cannot be here without your work. I wanted to quickly touch on the comments made by CSEA. We definitely hear your concerns. We appreciate your concerns. And you know, I want to just quickly mention that it is definitely tough to certify a budget in the public. And so, again, thank you for the comments. We definitely take them to heart. We listen to them, and we take into consideration when we are doing that diligent and difficult work. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Elias. I'm going to go next. Again, thank you everyone for being here today. I first want to thank Mrs. Serra for hosting us. Beautiful Willow. It's one of my favorite schools. It's has a very special place in my heart, just because it's the one that's closest to the border, and it's the one that, in my opinion, is needs a lot of love. I have, like, my love for Willow is big, so just want to say thank you for hosting us. Yeah. I love Willow. The other thing I do want to thank the parents that came in to speak. Dr. Potter, if we can direct you, or at least direct team, see what we can do to start resolving some of these issues that they brought to our attention, and that they've been bringing to our attention. That's very important. The other thing too, I do want to recognize and I want to appreciate Fernanda and Nirvana for being here today. And let's see if we can also get together and start resolving some of these issues as well. And it's so funny because no, thank you for coming. So the other thing I do want to say, going back to some of the work I want to do, particularly in our schools, I was approached by some teams that drive our bus routes, some classified members, and they actually advised. Because they said, Antonio, I know that when you spoke with Tony Barriga, you were able to climb the roof. Can you come and visit us in the morning, like 6 in the morning, to do some of the bus routes with us? So I just want to let Dr. Potter know that I'd love to do that. It's going to be early morning, but you know what? That's great. Let's do that. So let's schedule that soon. I also have promises to visit one school once a month. So I'm going to get going with that as well. And I do want to start with La Mirada. The other thing I want to congratulate is all of our teachers and classified staff that won classified and teacher of the year. Particularly, I see Mr. Williams over there. Classified. You're awesome. Thank you so much for all the work that you do. It's well deserved. So everyone that won, congratulations. Let's see. Oh, Monica's here. I love it when Monica's here, right? Welcome, Monica, for being with us. Lastly, I know that we've recognized this team before, but I'm always mindful when it comes to just certain things of how sometimes we take for granted, like the setup of our, of our IT, of our, even like this Zoom, or not Zoom, it's, what we call it, YouTube Live. Yeah, even all that, like just basic setup, and I'd like to see, and I know we've recognized their team before, but our IT team who are here with us today, I'd like us to give them a distinguished champion award. For all the and I want to include Pablo in that too, because Pablo and Emily are here with us on the new translation, so I'd love to give them all a distinguished champion, just because, again, we come in, it's easy for me to come in, everything's set up, and I just want to say that you're appreciated, and I truly just admire everything that you do, just to make basic things work. So I just want to say thank you for that. And on that note, that's it from my end. I want to say again, welcome everyone. I haven't shared a meeting in a while, so hopefully I'm not too rusty, but on that note, I want to pass it to Dr. Potter. Oh, one more, Mr. Galante, who is one of the people that I admire. Thank you for having me here, Mr. Galante. And I see all our friends too. I see Natalie, everybody. Thank you. Dr. Potter, you're up.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Good evening, everyone. It's so very nice to see all of you here tonight. A special thank you to Willow, Ms. Serta, and the team for hosting our meeting. Thank you so much. This last week, it was just a wonderful week of Read Across America throughout the district. It was so exciting to see all of the wonderful activities that our IMRAs put together for our students and our staff and our teachers, and to be able to go and to read with our students was just fantastic. So I think I read the Dr. Seuss ice cream truck book, and we talked all about how wonderful it was to eat ice cream. So just absolutely wonderful. A special thank you to all of the staff members who worked so hard to make reading come alive for our students in our schools. Also, our superintendent student council meeting, I have the absolute pleasure to meet with student leaders from all of our schools about once a month. And so one of our last meetings was March 4th. And it was great because our student leaders did surveys at each of their schools to find out what the students like and what the students would like to see changed at their school. And it's so interesting to listen to the student voice of what they love. Of course, they always love pizza. It is healthy pizza. They always love recess and playtime and lunch. And they love being with their friends. And then to find out what they would like to be different at their school. Some of them want to do taste testing of the meals with the child nutrition department at their school. Some of them want to decorate their schools for school spirit. Some want more dances and events for them and their friends. So it's exciting because each of the student leader groups are going to choose one project to make come alive this year at their school. And then when their project's done and completed, then they're going to come back to the board and each group will get to share what they did at their school. So it's exciting to see our student leaders. Special thank you to Mr. Bojorquez. Oh, there you are. He gave them a little bit of money, $500 per student group at each school for their project. Thank you, Mr. Bojorquez. We had a famous guest speaker, Ale Velasco, give a parent workshop over at Ocean View Hills. So I know that he's in the house. Thanks for hosting us. And she's a renowned Mexican motivational speaker, author, and entrepreneur. And she has 30 years of experience giving over 2,700 conferences worldwide. She's written 23 books. And just is a remarkable person. He taught our parents about resilience, teaching students respect, giving them structure at home with the schedule of the day, having high expectations. And it was just a really powerful motivational speaking opportunity for us to listen. She came here for free because she happened to be visiting a relative and some friends. And so on her way to the airport to fly home, we stopped here in San Ysidro for us. So I just want to thank our board president, Zenaida Rosario, who invited her to our school district. Also, a very special thank you to our retired employees who have been coming to our district, dedicated a lifetime of dedication to San Ysidro. We do have our very own Monica Yervino. Thank you, Monica, for second prayer. Over the last month, I've seen Elva DeBaca, just an amazing teacher. One of the founders of the sci-fi program, Ms. Manuela Colon, Gloria Mena, Kathy Applegate, the list goes on. So if our retirees come back, we say thank you to them for studying with us. They know our community, they love our students and our families, really appreciate them. To our 3 parents that spoke this evening, it takes courage to speak. I say thank you very much for speaking. My office, Mr. Miguel Ortega over there, he's going to contact you to schedule a meeting with you if you spoke, and I would like to listen to your concerns. So if you have time to come, that would be great. I'm sure that Mr. Bojorquez will join me in those meetings, so listen for a phone call to invite you to meet. Okay? And I did receive your CC email. I want you to know that. 7th grade internship day was at Plaza de las Americas for San Ysidro Middle School students, and just a special thank you to the San Ysidro Education Collaborative, run by our very own Cynthia Nagura. This collaborative not only did the 7th grade internship day this past week, for all of our students, and thank you to the teachers and the staff at San Ysidro Middle School who made that happen, and our principal and our principal, thank you very much. It was wonderful. The San Ysidro Education Collaborative, oh my gosh, they won the Community Partner Award a few weeks ago. Yeah, so we're really, yeah. And they are a collaborative of groups from organizations like San Ysidro Health, the Windward Academy, our San Diego Public Library, South Bay Community Services, Casa Familiar, the Balboa Park Police Science Center, the San Ysidro Adult School, the high school, and more, the Goodwill even. And they all come together and they do these amazing things for free for our district. They're all volunteers. So they do a career exploration day. They do the very famous San Ysidro STEM Fair with our own Deanna Davis in the room. Thank you. And the sci-fi team. They do the 7th grade internship day. They even do district staff wellness. So we're very proud of them and we're excited to celebrate with them on May 3rd. The district spelling bee. Oh my goodness. If you help with the district spelling bee, would you just put your hands in the air? Let me see you. Where are you? They're way back in the shot. The education department. Yes, we have great teachers at all of our schools. We have some great spellers in San Ysidro. They're amazing. They all came to the district spelling bee, and oh my goodness, they were just amazing. So in a future board meeting, our spelling bee winners at each school and the district spelling bee are going to come to be recognized by the board. All right. Okay. Oh my gosh, Miss Julie Presser, that artwork. Wow, you're a teacher. My goodness. Their student artwork and even sculpture work. It was amazing. And you brought some of it to the district office. Thank you to you and your teachers for doing this great artwork. Give her. And finally, we're grateful to have our union leaders in the house. So I see over to my left, our union leaders from SYEA. Would you raise your hand to be recognized? They lead all of our teachers. And to my right, we have our CNBA leaders, and would you raise your hand? They lead all of our classes. A lot of long hours. And I just want to thank them very much for their leadership. Each of them have between, I think, 200 and 300 employees per group. And it's a lot of work. So I say thank you for leading your groups and thank you for being partners with us in the education of our students and the support of our families. These people sitting here work long hours, and they give it their all of their hearts. So we want to say thank you to them. That's it.
Dr. Potter, can I add something else that I think we forgot? And I hate leaving people out. We went to the school visit at yes, and I love how, yes, thank you so, Ms. Reese, what's it? Oh, sorry, I couldn't see there. Hi, thank you for being here, and I was like, I know I was forgetting something, so sorry about that. And yeah, it was nice seeing the students engage with teachers, and I like how sometimes they do like old school kind of practices and things that I used to do like in middle school. They're doing, and I remember I loved it. So I'm sure kids are loving it too. Like if it's not broke, like fix it, right? So I liked that kind of method, and I still applaud and will always applaud the progress you guys have made suspension to the amount that you have reduced it is amazing. Please don't go away, and I know you guys will do much better improvement through the time. Thank you so much for hosting us.
Okay, on that note, we're gonna move on to number 12, conference session, reports, presentation. We have one presentation, I at 12.1, 2024 to 2025, second interim financial report presented by Merrill.
Good evening. Good evening, Vice President, Mr. Martinez, members of the board, Dr. Potter, and community. Tonight, the Business Department will present the 24-25 second interim financial report, which is from July 1st, 2024 through January 31st, 2025. I just wanted to highlight some of the factors that were built into second interim. So the budget assumptions include funded LCFF COLA for the current fiscal year, 1.07%, 25-26, 2.43%, which was a drop from first interim, and 26-27, 3.52%. The STRS employer rates continue at 19.10% for all 3 years, and the PERS employer rates continue to grow, 27.05% in the current year, 27.40% next year, and 27.5% in the third year. Total general fund revenues projected at second interim, 82.8 million. And you can see that LCFF is our primary funding source at 57.3 million. Federal revenue, 5.3 million, and those are title programs 1 through 4 and federal special ed. State revenue, 16.4 million, and that includes ELOP, lotteries, state mental health, and other programs. And local revenue, 3.8 million, and that is the state special ed and various local grants. General fund expenditures are projected at 87.8 million. And salary and benefit make up the majority of our budget at 73% or 63.7 million. This slide represents the multi-year projections for all 3 years. You can see some deficit spending on line 4 of 4.9 million. When you break out unrestricted and restricted funds, 1.3 million is coming from unrestricted and 3.6 is coming from restricted grants. You can see that we are barely meeting our reserve for economic uncertainties at 3%, which is line 7 or the blue row. and we are required a 3% reserve. Without the 2 million budget reduction plan that was board approved, this budget would be qualified. This is 23-24 information. This is the average reserve for economic uncertainties statewide. So you can see for unified school districts, so that's elementary and high school, the average reserve is 24.36%. For elementary schools is 25.54%. And for San Ysidro, we are at 3%. So we are far below the average statewide. And in high schools, 24.40%. So when the reserve is this low at 3%, it makes it very difficult to balance the budget because there's no cushion. We have no cushion. So we thank the board for being fiscally responsible for approving the budget reduction plan. Without it, our budget would have been qualified. When the budget becomes negative, then the district will fall under state receivership. That means the state will come in and take over the district, and we lose control of our district. The next 3 slides are the same slides from last month when we had our special board meeting. And these are the top issues, so I'll just highlight some of them. We have the state inadequate funding. The COLA is way too low at 2.43%. What school districts need is a COLA of about 4%, because a 4% COLA will cover a natural stepping column increase from year after year, because that's normally 2%. And then increase in pension and health and welfare, and that's a range of anywhere from 1 to 1.5%. We are experiencing a decline in enrollment. We lost about 61 students from prior year, and that's a revenue loss of about 900,000. Over a course of 7 years, our decline in enrollment of roughly 589 students. And that's the size of an elementary school. And the revenue loss for that is roughly 6.4 over 7 years. We all know that special education costs continue to rise. 13 million for this year. General fund contribution, 6 to 7 million every year, with the annual increase in special ed costs of anywhere from close to $1 million. We have fully spent all of our stimulus funds. We were receiving 26.7 million and all spent. Fully spent our learning recovery block grant, 6.7 million. There's a proposal from the U.S. Department of Education of the potential loss of revenue for the federal funds. So you can see here, this is a total of 5.56%. There was a recent article from Newsweek, which was released yesterday, and that is the proposal for meal funding, a cut in meal funding. So I'm just going to read this. The U.S. House proposal to cut $12 billion from the school meal program. If passed, this reduction could eliminate the Community Eligibility Program known as CEP, and that's how we are currently funded in our district. CEP provides meals to all children without requiring an individual meal application. So what I understand it to be, we might revert back to the old days when students had to submit a meal application, and from there, the district will determine free or reduced price meals. All paid meals, the families would have to pay for. If you don't qualify for free or reduced, they would have to pay for their meals. Right now, all children are receiving free meals.
Marilyn, I'd like to just add something real quick. I think that whatever Trump and his minions try to do, we don't cut food from our kids. We find a way to figure that out. Whether it's seeking the contributions from other people to close that funding gap, whether it's private contribution, whatever we can, our kids depend on those meals and that's sometimes that's their main source of eating. That's their main meal of the day. So I don't want to put our families in a situation where now our kids are not eating during school. So whatever they try to do with that, we have to figure that out. And I think obviously, it's a big reminder of the consequences of elections. Because ultimately, if that is cut, I still want to provide free lunches, at least my end of it, for our kids. So we'll have to figure that out. Hopefully it's not, but our children's meals are not going to be used as a political ploy to subsidize billionaires, bottom line. And ultimately, I want to make sure we protect our kids first and foremost.
Is this article passed?
It's a proposal right now, yeah. I don't know, when did they vote on that?
I don't know the date that Congress will vote on it. I just know the financial impact of our district is along $2.6 million.
That's correct.
For
6.
breakfast and lunch meals for our students.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask something? Is there something we can do, legally to give some information to our parents? Talk to the people that are representing us in the Congress. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, we all have kids and we all have, the need for that money to stay where it's at. Maybe somehow we can communicate with our parents, maybe in the principal with a copy or something online. Can we do that? Give them a number of representatives in Congress, and this way we can either write or call them. And I know that I get some emails from different of them, and they do have it in Spanish and English. And maybe that's something we can have our people that have our kids in our school can help us in that, either emailing or calling them. And they didn't know that this is very wrong for them to take that kind of, help from schools for the meals. That's something that they maybe, and I know that we're a border town, and I know that a lot of people don't understand that a lot of our kids come and they say, oh, they're coming across the border, yes, but a lot of these kids are also U.S. citizens. And a lot of these people can't afford to rent here. So they live across the border, but they come 4 or 5 in the morning with their kids in the car to drop them off at our 6 to 6 program, because that's where they can drop them off while they go to work. And then they pick them up in the evening. They need to understand that because their kids are suffering as it is. They don't get enough to eat. They don't eat right. Eat right is the most important thing. And that's our obligation to find out. And I just wondered if there's something we can do is to, give them that number.
Well, obviously there's full disclosure. I work for Congressman Juan Vargas, and I can tell you, Irene, that at least from the side of the Democrats, they're all going to be voting against any harmful cuts to education. I can guarantee you that they're all united on that, 1,000%. The issue is that the Republicans control not just the Congress, but also the Senate and the presidency, which means that they have the control to decide on what to do and what cuts to give, and who to target. The other thing is that, at least good news is that, and I'm hoping, I'm crossing my fingers, is that when it comes to the Republican majority, at least at Congress, it's not by much. I think it's like 3 or 4 votes. So ultimately, I'm hoping that we have at least some rational-minded people that care about community, to negotiate or at least come up with a conclusion that doesn't cut from the most needy and from our children. So at least from that, that's just a little bit of background. But yeah. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Sorry for my pen.
No, it's okay. Did I miss one? Oh, I also wanted to talk about the state preschool program and their decline in enrollment. So this is the last year for the COVID hold harmless. So we will see a significant impact in their funding, a reduction of roughly 800,000 to 1.2 million for state preschool. So that brings us to the 25-26 proposed budget development timeline. We are here tonight, in March for the 24-25 second interim budget report. In April, that's where we, finalize the April and May layoff resolutions. And then in May, we have our governor's May revise and the LCUP annual review public hearing. June is the public hearing, and adoption of the budget and the 25-26 LCAP. And do you have any questions?
None from my.
Thank
The
you.
board has questions.
Just one
Yeah.
simple question.
Mhm.
Are these reports always being reported every month, every meeting?
No, the report, we report the budget 4 times per year. So, in June, we do 2 presentations on the adopted budget. And then December is first interim, March is second interim, and September unaudited actuals. No.
Any other questions? Marilyn, I
you.
want to thank you again for this update.
Thank
I know
you.
we'll be hearing back. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to the TK dancers. I used to, I never say nice things. I used to do that same dance in first grade.
Okay, friends, we're on to number 13, which is general administration. We're going to start with 13.1, which is minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of special board meeting of February 27, 2025?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Ms. Lopez second, makes the motion. Mr. Adia makes the second. Any discussion on this issue? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have 13.2, 2025 CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. I'd like to make a motion to approve the following individuals for these vacancies. Number 1, Barbara Avalos, National School District. Number 2, Elda Lopez Cepeda from Sweetwater Union School District. Number 3, of our very own Ms. Zainada Rosario. And then number 4, Cipriano Vargas from this Unified School District. But I'll make that motion. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Lopez. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Next, we're going to move on to 3.3, resolution number 2425-0030, Cesar Chavez Day. Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, we have a second.
A second.
We have a motion by Mr. Arias, second by Mrs. Lopez. Any discussion on the issue? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we're going to move on to 13.4, resolution number 2425-0031, day week of the teacher. Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I'll make the motion.
We have a second. Okay, motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mr. Arias. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have 13.5, resolution 2425-0032, classified confidential school employee week. Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I make the motion.
We have a second.
I'd like to make a second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mr. Arias. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have 13.6, resolution number 2425-0033 of San Ysidro School District expressing support for Senate Bill 10 regarding the Tijuana River Valley pollution mitigation. Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I'd like to make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Arias, any second?
I second.
Okay, Mrs. Perazza makes that second. Any discussion on the issue?
I'd actually just like to make a comment on this.
Absolutely.
This is a really big issue in our community. I feel like most folks are or most of the comments that we're hearing are really coming from Vero Beach neighborhood. But I really cannot stress this enough, impacting our schools and our community here in San Ysidro. We need to speak up on this issue. We need to be a presence at the county, at the state, with our federal legislators. This is a huge issue. It's a public health issue, and we need to be doing more on the issue. So I just wanted to really bring that up.
Well, I want to thank, yeah, of course.
No, I also want to say that, one of our deceased member of the San Ysidro Women's Club, and teacher was an assistant principal, Betty Quinn, very hard advocate. Her street was named on the street. She was, had a home in Pearl Beach for many years, but she was always an advocate fighting for this. And to see we're still continuing after so many years, and those of us, and I remember we used to go down to that area, and we would buy, my parents would go to buy water there, but there was trees of avocados. We used to buy the avocados down there. But we grew up down here where it was just a school and it was a river bottom. And we never had that issue when there was a river bottom about all this. And now, because of everything coming across, we see it down there. When you're down there, you see it when it rains. You see all the garbage, all everything. And now it's even when you get on the news, it makes you sick, and you know why. It's continuing to contaminate a lot, not just in Pearl Beach, it goes on to Coronado. And still they haven't done anything, you know? And so it's something that they invited me, and I went down to protest. And we were out there, and then I saw a lot of parents from Fort Gates. And I said, what do you live on Fort Gates? And I said, God. And they were getting sick with asthma, vomiting, and they would take them to the doctor. And still, I go, why don't people listen to us? Why don't they do something? It's been 20 years. It's been 20 years, and I've been in San Diego all my life, and it still continues. So I think that's something that we need to maybe start organizing, like in Pearl Beach, some of the people there, I know I've seen them at different projects, and I still have it in my car. The poster that they had showing the river, showing the areas that it's affecting, and it's kind of scary because nobody's done anything with it. It's always somebody has something broke down, or they don't have the money. I think that, I think we do need to get more involved. Not only put this as one of our policies, but one of our support, that maybe having a voice, I think, is another thing, also showing it. Because a lot of those families, quite a lot of them, when I saw them there, I thought, I didn't know that they were, their kids were being affected by it. So maybe that's part of it, something else we can do to, bring more attention along with them, that we are concerned about our community and our families getting sick and our children.
No, thank you, Ms. Lopez. I think one of the things I just want to give a special thank you to Dr. Potter for catching this, because this actually helps mitigate the issue at a long-term level by allocating funds from, I believe it's Otay Mesa to the Otay border, where there's like a toll road to cross. And the idea is that those funds are allocated to the maintenance of the treatment facility here in San Ysidro. So that's a bill written by a very good friend of mine named Senator Steve Padilla. He's our state senator here in this area. And I just want to thank him and his leadership and his team, and Dr. Potter and her leadership for making this happen. I'm fully supportive of it. Thanks, Dr. Potter. Any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Yeah, I have a comment. Right. There will be a strike also for community people to gather, and I think this will be Sunday near the Vero Beach Valley. If anybody is interested to go and support the community as well.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Next, 13.7, renaming facility. Do I have a motion to approve the creation of facility renaming committees for Bayer and San Ysidro Middle School?
I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Arias, second by Mrs. Peralta. Any, discussion on this issue before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have 13.8, second interim financial report for 2024-2025 fiscal year. Do I have a motion to approve the report?
I make the motion.
You have a second?
I'd like to make a second, motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Lopez, a second by Mr. Arias. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have 13.9, resolution number 2425-0034, authorizing the issuance of the 2020 general obligation bonds series C measure T pursuant to certain provisions of the government code in a principal amount not to exceed $22,155,000 and approving certain other matters related thereto. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution? I'll make the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll make a second.
Okay. I make the motion, seconded by Mr. Arias. Any discussion?
I do believe we have in the audience a representative from Dell Scott Company. Mr. Adrian, would you just introduce his name in the event that our board members have any questions?
We have Joe Crum from Dell Scott and Company here tonight. Any questions?
Do we have any questions? No? Okay, so these are going to be the next three items. Need a vote on this one though. So all those in favor of approving the resolution, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. 2.2, resolution number 2425-0035, authorizing the issuance of the 2020 general obligation bonds, Series D, Measure Q, for certain provisions of the government code in a principal amount not to exceed $20,500,000 and approving certain other matters related thereto. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, we have a second? Okay, motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mrs. Peraza. Any discussion or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we're on the 13.11, resolution number 2425-0036, authorizing the issuance of the 2025 general obligation refunding bonds series A in one or more series in a principal amount not to exceed $37 million and approving certain other matters related thereto. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. We have a second.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Arias, second by Mrs. Lopez. The only question I have is sort of direction in terms of the, I know that we have a PLA already in place regarding TNU. I'm seeing if we can bring a resolution, Dr. Potter, at the next board meeting or meeting after that regarding, possibly extending that PLA to our bonds that we passed last.
Yes, Mr. Martinez, we have already been in touch with our partners with the PLA. They've indicated it needs an amendment. The current, to include the new bond.
Wonderful. Yes, I'm happy, Dr. Potter.
Mr. Crum, if you wouldn't mind to join us.
I'd also like to make a comment on Dr.
Yeah.
Would you like to? Hi, Mr. Crum, thank you for being here with our board meeting this evening. This particular item, 13.11, is the resolution to refund the bond in the amount of not to exceed 37 million. And I believe this particular item is to save our taxpayers dollars and interest by lowering the interest rate. So I was just hoping if you happen to know off the top of your head, how much are we saving our taxpayers?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Potter. My name is Joe Crump. Good evening, board. So kind of coincidentally, the estimated amount of savings based on current market rates is 37 million. I say coincidentally because that's also the not to exceed amount, but it just so happens to be the amount of savings we're estimating.
Well, that's very good for the residents who voted for the bonds for our district. This particular item to refund will save them $37 million.
Yes, that's correct.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Yes, as many of you may or may not know, my day job is, I'm the taxpayer advocate for the County of San Diego, specifically for the assessor for the county clerk's office. And so anytime we can save taxpayer any amount of dollars is a great day in my book. And so, I wanted to thank you and your firm, company, et cetera, and the taxpayers really for voting on this measure in a way that it's going to be beneficial. And we as board members are also taxpayers, and that benefits us as well. But really for the community, I think that in a time where eggs are $75 for 12, right? I'm exaggerating. You know, every dollar counts. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I do have one question. So this one is for, any measures specifically?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this relates to bonds issued in 2015. So it's actually from Proposition C, I think it was, which was approved in 97. So those are the bonds being refinanced.
Yeah, I don't think here, that's why I have. Thank you.
Any additional questions? I have none. And that's really great that we're saving taxpayers 37 million. That should be on the news. We should tell the union tribute to make that report on that. Either way, I want to thank all of you. Again, this is great. And any other conversations or discussion before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we're going to move on to 14, which is a consent calendar. All items of the hearing are adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion unless a member of the board or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'd like to make a motion.
We have a second.
That's all seconded.
Okay. Mr. Arias makes the motion, Lopez seconds that. We do have one reminder, and that's 14C, as in cat, 1. Do we have any rules?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Well, I think one that Ms. Anaiza was gonna pull was, of course, oh yeah, of course, 14. Oh yeah, that's the one, 14C.1, I'm sorry. And I also have one to pull. I have a question, but already written, so I don't need to.
Okay, so no pool?
Yes, yes.
Anybody have any rules? Mr. Arias?
Okay. So 14E.15, which is the last one.
14E as in Enrique.
Yes.
15, okay.
Oh, yeah, and 14E.12.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Arias and second by Ms. Lopez to approve the consent calendar minus 14C.1, minus 14E as an echo point 12, and minus 14E as an echo point 15. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're going to move on to 14C.1. That's the appointment to approve the principalship for Vista Del Mar Middle School as Mr. Bandy. I'd like to make the motion for that. I'm selfish today. Do we have a second?
I'll second. I'll give it to you. That's okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Pereira makes the second. Any discussion? I have a secret, I'm voting yes on this. Any discussion?
I'm voting yes.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Good evening, Vice President, Martinez, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Potter. I'd like to speak a little about Mr. Bandy. Mr. Bandy began his educational career as a special education teacher in San Joaquin Valley. He is driven by a deep commitment to fostering an inclusive and supportive learning environment for all students. In 2010, he moved to Escondido Union Elementary School district and worked as a specialized academic instructor. 2 years later, he began working for the National City Elementary School District as a resource specialist teacher. In 2022, we were very fortunate that he came to our district as an assistant principal at East Middle School, where he made a great impact with students, staff, parents, and the whole community. In September of last year, when Mr. Bandy took the position of interim principal at the elementary. He excelled in promoting a culture of academic rigor and strengthening partnerships with parents. As a human resources director of the San Ysidro School District, I want to honor and welcome Mr. Bandy as the principal of East Middle School for the 25-26 school year. I have some words from Ms. Irene Ceballos, current principal of East Congratulations, Mr. Bandy, on your appointment as principal of EDM. I am confident that you will lead the school with excellence and passion. As I prepare for my retirement in June, I look forward to seeing BDM thrive. Your leadership, I will do my best to ensure the successful transition. Congratulations.
Oh, my finger, my finger.
And I invite his family, you want to come up too? And his family.
Congratulations. You're your mom, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations. Proud mom.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I'd like to take a moment to recognize that my family is here. My wife Maya is here, my son Charlie, my daughter Brooklyn, my mother Terry, father Charles Bandy, and my stepmother Bridget are all here. And they've all come. Thank you so much. I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity. I want you all to know that I really, really respect and just have from the bottom of my heart, the sincere gratitude for the training that Mrs. Ceballos provided for me when I was at BDM, and I want to do her proud, so thank you.
So nice. All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Gonna take some photos, and then we'll have the management team come up as well. So that's. All right, pretty kind of close. And then you'll take the photos.
Go Sharks, I got my.
There we go. She organized it.
You're gonna be.
Yeah, she does. All right, are we ready? Okay,
We are.
there we go. All right, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Hold on just 1 second. I have a photo. 2 cameras here. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Connie, do you want to take some photos? All right. We're here. All right, and now the management. The management team. Ricky, Leonard, come on up. Would you want to? Do you want me to take a photo of the management team there? Sure. Are you sure? Okay. I'll take that. Oh, yeah, take a picture.
I think this really wanted. Oh, perfect. So this is from what?
Okay, perfect. And then
And then we'll make.
perfect.
Mr. Van, you're getting called for.
Everyone. Yeah.
That's what I think.
All right. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Hold on, I have 2 more phones. We go. Perfect. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. One more phone. We're going in sequential order here. 3, 2, and 1. Congratulations.
Mr. Andy, his family, just him and. Mr. Randy, we can fire the big finger.
We're gonna do that to me?
I just also want to acknowledge the great haircut you have. Oh, there's another great haircut. Haircut.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll get your phone as well.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna take photo here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We got 2 more action items. We have, 14.12 amendment number 1, workshop authorization number 2 to the master agreement with PlaceWorks. Do I have a motion to approve the action item? Okay, do we have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, motion by Mr. Arias, second by Mrs. Lopez. Gracias, your pool.
Thank you. So Ms. Green, sorry, could you spot, okay. And, I just wanna ask a few questions. So Measure T in you said this was for, toxic substances, oil, something like that?
Mhm.
And this will be for Measure T and U, but specifically for which project? For the greater community?
So this is for the Buyer construction project that's coming up, the Buyer Community Educational Center. Yeah.
And this will be the first thing that will start with this project, right? This is the first step that we have.
No, we've had other things that we have been doing there, including topography studies and things of that nature. But this item in particular is because there is currently no building there. We are going to test the soil there to ensure that there's no toxic materials that we're going to build on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I would like to propose, and I don't know if this is kind of like a motion or maybe for future discussion, but I was thinking that maybe this particular project can be hold for an amount of time, at least for a few years, because the voters did approve for a lot of measures. And I know we are saving a lot of taxes, for the taxpayers, but the increase will be a lot, for every taxpayer, or in homeowners, business owners. So in order to reduce a little bit more, and I hope the economy gets better in a few years, can we consider it to reconstruct this after? I mean, I don't think right now this is a very urgency matter. So this is just my comment. I was not part of this proposition or measures before. I wasn't here. I would prefer a school there, but I know this is, something that has been decided on. So this is just my opinion about this particular project. And everything is just to save the taxpayer a little bit of more taxes being paid for us on one of them.
Dr. Adian, before you respond, I do have, I think it's more of a point of clarification. Are you suggesting that the environmental, or are you suggesting that the projects be?
The project, yeah, since this will be, this will cost the taxpayers, more money. So just a little decrease will be nice. I know that can be also decided in the board. So I still need to learn a lot about this, but this is something that I have been thinking on, and this is my suggestion to.
Okay, thank you for your comment, Ms. Barata. We have a motion second regarding this particular issue. All those in favor, do we have any more discussion related to this issue? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed?
I guess we know.
Okay, so that's a 3-1 and pass 3-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have 14.15, agreement with the San Diego County Superintendent Rules for the implementation of the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative program. Do I have a motion to approve, ratify the agreement?
I'd like to make a motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Arias, second by Mrs. Lopez. Your approval, Mr. Barata?
Yes, I'm the.
Hello.
Thank you for being here.
don't like to put you in the spot.
It's fine.
But, well, I provided this question, beforehand. And, I would like, you can, answer some of these. One of the first questions is, so which grade levels will be, provided with this, program?
So if I may, I can provide some clarification about the amount of funds that we're receiving from the County of San Diego, County Office of Education. This is a capacity grant. So the purpose of these grant funds is to build our capacity to provide mental health and behavioral health services in the future. So with these grant funds, it's for the district to prepare to build our infrastructure so that we're able to do this in the future. These funds are not directly related to services to students as of yet.
Right, yes, I understand that. But, I'm just asking this question because we will, I mean, if this is gonna, be a good thing or bad thing for the students, I mean, students will be, provided with, these funds. So this is for middle school to.
It would be for all students.
Okay. And, my other question, does parents have a role in this decision? Does our parents, involved in, they know what is this about?
This is a new program, a new initiative from the state of California. So after we receive these funds, we can start building that infrastructure, which can include parent workshops, staff workshops. We will have to do lots of information, passing out information to all of our educational partners.
Okay, well, that's good. And also, so who will be monitoring and this monitoring, I'm sorry, this grant that I know it's gonna be effective, for this, for all of the services that will be, supported of this. So, yeah, who will be the person monitoring?
I will be part of that monitoring with Ms. Villescas, but it's the San Diego County Office of Ed as part of the responsibilities to make sure that we follow the guidelines and the law.
Do you have any other comment? Question?
I do. So this is under the San Diego County Office Nation. So there are guidelines and provisions that we must follow and report to them, and I know. So it won't be until we receive the funding and then we'll start, probably start now,
Yes, we'll likely have to submit like a progress report.
I don't want to comment, yes, because I admire your work and I respect your leadership, supporting those topics.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Before we,
Yeah, sorry, I'm not.
okay,
And, totally closed the document that we were working on earlier. Okay, so, Mr. Wolford, were the questions that I had that were addressed by the San Diego Department of Education?
We're gonna be contacting the San Diego County Office of Education to address the two questions that you provided us earlier today.
Yeah, because, so this is something that comes in a big umbrella, because by having this fund, it will cover a lot of mental health services, because this is the name of the fund too. And I just want to know if
by this contract, if parents for certain services that this will cover, if this contract will provide parents the consent for anything happening inside when the services are being applied.
Of course, all students who receive counseling services currently receive them after their parents provide consent, and it would be the same way through this program.
Okay, but we still don't know if there's an opt-in or opt-out for this services, correct?
We would follow all of the legal guidelines regarding consent for therapy.
Okay, and so what I think is in the legal guidelines from the state, which was one of the bills that the governor approved. It's about not providing a lot of parent consent. So I just don't, I will pay for that to happen. And I know at the beginning, as you explained, Mr. Jorge, they will sign for the insurance form, correct? That's the procedure.
Again, like our conversation earlier, this is a capacity grant to develop. There's still a lot of work that needs to come ahead of this to develop the program and services, and following the San Diego County guidelines and monitoring, which is part of this particular approval process. And the recommendation from the board will follow up with the service.
So I still think the agenda item is too big in light of your guidelines, like the ones that I mentioned before during our meeting. And regarding the mental health report, do we know which services specifically or is the services that we currently have? There's no new services that will come under this umbrella?
Again, this is a capacity grant. So will provide us the means to develop those programs and develop the structure that we need.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just the contract that we will sign with this department that it might need give us the non-authorization for parental consent, and that's where I think there's a lack of guidance. And
just to be clear, that this money is not intended to pay for like a therapist to provide counseling services. That's not what this money is intended for.
Right, again, it's for insurance purposes, correct? No, John?
No, it sounds like, from what I'm gathering, it sounds like the program is build a program. It's not actually, we haven't even gotten to the point where we're discussing types of services or how they will be rendered.
Right.
Or automatic.
Right.
Mental health,
yes. So I can give you examples. So some examples that we would need to use these funds for is if we need certain technology equipment, if we need to restructure an office space so that students and counseling staff have confidentiality, if we need, any of those sort of things, it's for us to build to be able to provide behavioral health services in the future.
Okay. And how would this program relate to those kind of those kind of tools that we will need?
Yeah, party also has some comment. You want to make?
Yeah, I apologize to interrupt. I think the staff does not have the answers to many of your questions because the program is not yet built. So it's difficult for them to answer, and I'm feeling that they should not answer until they have the question or the answers available. Because the program's not, it does not exist right now.
Okay.
And so I do want to be, so as respectful,
respond to our board as possible. Okay. Because I don't really have the answers.
Yeah.
And so I know they're trying to answer, but it's difficult. I do know that when we discussed and reviewed the agreement today, earlier in our meeting, not here, but in our other meeting, that we did pull the attachment A. And so within the agreement, attachment A delineates the scope of services.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. Yeah, I just wish we could know which programs will this before approving it. Yes, so that's where I meant where there's like a lack of, well, not communication, but lack of information. There's no specific provisions ensuring parental involvement in decisions affecting their child's mental well-being. I don't see anything of that nature in the material. And without safeguards, this could lead to policies that bypass parents' critical mental health matters, ambiguous language, which is what I tried to read over and over from the material, makes it difficult to assess how students' mental health will address and protect. Transparency and accountability are crucial when implementing mental health initiatives in schools, and policies impacting student mental health should include clear protection for parental rights and oversight. And yes, I cannot support an item that lacks clarity and fails to ensure parental involvement in mental health decisions.
Okay, on that particular note, we have our comments set. I'd like to call a vote. All those in favor of approving this agreement, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
So 3-1, motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, we got to go back to closed session. So I'd like to call a motion to adjourn back to, or to recess back to closed session at 8:42 p.m. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, going back to closed session at 8:42 p.m. Thank you.
We are live.
Okay, everyone, we are reconvening into open session from closed. There's nothing to report out. And on that note, I'd like to, request a motion to adjourn at 9:28 PM.
I'll make the motion.
I will second.
A motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mr. Arias. All those in favor of adjourning? Say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. To everyone that's still listening, good night, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you. Sure.